All right. So we've got this rainforest we've been working on. It's looking pretty good so far. We just got these distance trees set up. We got to finesse those a little bit. But the real thing that I want to work on is, for some reason, like, this is looking pretty decent, but then when I play it, it's not loading out as far as it should be. And for the life of me, I just don't know why. I just can't figure it out. So that's one thing we got to fix. The other thing we got to fix is, like, the fact that, like, for some reason she won't land on these slopes. I think the slopes are a little too steep, so we can modify that up a little bit. I really want to figure out why this isn't loading out. Like, why at only runtime would it be doing this, you know? And I just can't figure it out. I wasn't really having that issue prior. And I've checked all my foliage settings and all of that, and it seems to be fine. The only thing I can narrow it down to is that there's something on the player themselves. I mean, I feel like that's kind of what it's got to be. And then we got to work this map out a little bit. I don't know if I love how I have it set up. I have some cool stuff in there, so I really don't want to change it too much, but I think some of the mountains we need to turn into a little more like cliff-like structures. Like if we look over here, let me load this. Hang on. So, like, we got these cliffs and stuff, and I know the ground behind them isn't correct. We're going to turn that into more of a cliff. But I feel like these hills need to be a little more cliffy in general. I don't know. Like I said, I know the texture will do a lot, which we don't really have yet. But I'm thinking instead of like mountains like this, it might be good to do like some actual cliff structures in the actual landscape design. So we're going to look at doing some of that as well today. Let's get in here and let's see what could be causing that culling. It's so weird that it's culling like that. It's like, I don't know, it's so odd to me. I wonder if it's something in the actual textures, maybe. That's like overriding the foliage setting. I mean, that would kind of make sense, I feel like. Let's first, well, the one that I know is loading is like a palm. This bungalow palm, I think. Yeah, so it should be 30,000 and 40,000 culling. So we have that set up correctly. Now let's check out the actual mesh here. If any of you guys have seen this before, let me know. Basically what we're encountering is, you know, we have our spawn distance working correctly, but then as soon as we play, it's not loading out. Like, it doesn't load as far for some reason. You'll see as soon as I hit stop, all of a sudden it loads further out. And this is the correct distance. But as soon as I hit play, it doesn't load. So something here is wigging it out. We're gonna check in the individual meshes. I have a feeling that there's something in here that's overwriting it. It's weird because I wasn't having this issue, and I don't know what exactly started it. I don't know, it's really weird. I know our foliage spawner is all set up correctly. But yeah, if you guys have seen this before and know how to fix it, let me know. It's been really kind of making me mad the last couple days. I just have no idea, man. This is one of those things that's like, I never really had the issue, and I can't figure it out now. All this is set up correctly. Just to see, I'm going to change this number. I don't think that this is it, but... yeah, no. I don't think it's in this. Wait, you know what I bet it is? It's got to be something with this scaling. So this was, I think, at like 500 to cover the whole map. And I'm almost wondering if when I turned it down, it's like, even though I have polling scaling turned off, maybe there's something that's like screwing with it, you know? Turn up my speed here a little bit. I mean, that's gotta be it, right? I feel like there's gotta be something with that. Good enough. Okay. Now, instead of resizing that, it's got to be something weird with that scaling. Let's change this down to like 500 by 500. And now let's see if we have the same issue. If we don't, then we figured something out. Resimulate, let it build it. Hope your day's going good, Clover. Give it just a second. It's just calculating the landscape and where to put the trees. We're gonna have to do smaller chunks like this because I can't generate this whole landscape in one go, so we'll have to do like a few different tiles, which is fine. But if this works, I'm gonna be excited. All right. Yeah! That worked. Sick. Okay, so we figured that out. Oh shit. Don't worry about that, guys. I don't think you're ever really going to use third-person view, honestly. Okay, figured that out. Very nice, very nice. So now what we got to do is let's just work in this corner first. Let's get this corner looking how we want it. Then what we're going to do is we're going to rework the map a little bit. I think some of these peaks are a little high. So we're going to bring them down. Just kind of lower the whole landscape a little. And then when we do that, we're going to have to rework some of these things. These trees, we're gonna have to like make sure it removes those, that's not too hard to do. But I really want to get the landscape looking good before we move on to the harder stuff, you know. Cool. All right, so what we're gonna do next is we're going to expand all of these trees out here. Right now it's just one tree type. We're gonna make it so that it uses all the same tree types as what we have in here. So it's just gonna look like it's continuous. And it's gonna look like this covers the entire landscape. And then what we're gonna do is we shouldn't have trees growing on these cliffs, right? So it kind of looks off when you're far away. So we're gonna fix that as well. So let's get in here. Let's start with making the fake trees that we're going to use for that. You can see how these don't grow on that, but as soon as I back off from that, all of a sudden we got trees growing where they shouldn't be. I think something like this is a really good example of that. Right, we have no trees at all, and then all of a sudden trees start populating where they really shouldn't be. So we're gonna fix that. So how we're making these is we need to go into basically everything that is in here. We've done the first one, and now we need to come into all of these ones as well. And we need to make replicas of this. So we have a plugin that we've been using called Imposter Generator. And I really wish I remembered what exactly all we use. Let's just check everything. I remember, I think these were off, this was off, this was off, and I think global illumination was off as well. And then it's going to be in this folder here. And really, we need to make better organization here. I was just testing it at first, but let's do like fake big large underscore A. And we're going to drop all of these in there. And then we're going to open that, and we're going to rename this. Instead of typing out billboard, we're just going to use BB. We're going to put fake, oops, that's not what I wanted. Fake big large underscore A underscore BB underscore material. And we're going to do that same thing for all of these. So this next one we're doing is a rubber fig tree. And I think it's, yeah, large B. So let's do fake fig large underscore B. We're going to generate texture from mesh. Let's make sure that looks how we want it. I think that's about right. Let's compare that to our other one we had. I think it's this one. Yeah, that looks like it's about the same lighting. One thing we might want to do is, this is responsive to where our lighting is in the main world. So we're going to change the daytime. We want it to be basically right at 1200 noon. And then looks like that was pretty much what we had. And then I want to copy this material. We're going to duplicate it here, and we're going to call this B. This material is doing a lot more than just is it lighting? I think it's lighting. Nope, that's not the one we wanted. Nope, that's not what we wanted. There we go. Turn off post-processing. And we're going to take both of these, we're going to move them into there. And now let's open up that material. We're going to take this one. We're going to connect that up. And then we're going to take this one and connect that. And the reason why on this one we want it to be a little bit less lit is we're actually using this as a mask. So we're taking this, we're making it super bright so that it's just white and black. And then we're using that as our mask. to tell it exactly where. So then what we need to do is we need to take, let's figure out, where did I put the, hang on a second here. I think it's in content. Oops. And then I can't quite remember which one we're using for that, so let's check it out here. But we're basically going to copy all this over and just make a new version of it. Oh, this is a PG. So it's called fake tree. So we want to take this fake tree. First I want to move that right here. And we're going to copy that and put one here. And we're going to name these a little better. So we're going to call this fake, big, large, B. We're going to go to the other one. We're going to call this fake, big, large A. And then we just got to swap this material out. And then we're going to go to our PCG and we're going to add this to the spawners. We don't need to set up a coal distance on this because I have it coaling through the material. We don't need shadows. We don't really want any of this fake lighting or anything like that. Maybe reverse culling is what we need. Let's do a quick little search. I wonder if this would be cleaner than doing it the way I did it. Reverse culling PCG static mesh spawner. Oops. That's probably what we need. So I'm doing this through the material right now, and I bet it's going to be actually cleaner if we do it through here. So let's try it. 30,000. Do the same for the other one. It's nice that it allows you to do that. I could not find that earlier. Don't need any of this. I mean, I'm not using ray tracing for this anyways, but let's try this. So we're gonna take our material. We're gonna just plug that right in. We're gonna do the same with the other one as well. Let's see if this still works. No. Did not work. I mean, something's happening. See that one popping in and out. Still just culling normally. This would be, I think, good if we could figure this out. So let's try some different values here and see if we can get it to work. Nope, still doing the same thing. Yeah, oh, well. Let's go towards these trees and see if this disappears on us. It might be working. That's the other one as well. Let's turn these off real quick. Oh wait, not those. Let's just go over here. I just don't think it's culling at all. See, it's culling like out, but it should be, with reverse culling, it should be the opposite. Yeah, I just don't think it's working. We should probably just not mess with it right now. Make it 0 and 0. We'll worry about this later. That could be an optimization thing, if we can get it working. Let's go back to the material and hook this back up. You can see our colors aren't quite right. We're gonna have to tweak that. So here's how I've been doing this. First of all, I think let's make sure that our materials are correct. See how this one's darker green than that one? So something's up there. And I think it has to do with our lighting. Let's open up our sky. I swear I had it right around this. I guess it's the same because it overwrote it, so I'm an idiot. I'm pretty sure this is like what we had though. Sorry, we can always edit this. That's why I did them separate. So it's pretty close. For a second here, let's turn this off. That way we can see him up close. It's looking pretty. It's not quite right. It's a little bright. Not terrible in the distance, which is all we really care about. The way I like to do this is I just feel like it's a little saturated. Let's try that, and then that's looking, I think, a little better. So it's still a bit saturated, in my opinion. Let's try making a new one of these. Let's try without that. Getting there. I think it's kind of in this area. I had to do this with the other one too. There was a lot of like trial and error with the other one. But then once I got it, I was like, oh yeah, that's it. It's not too bad. It is odd that we're getting like some weird shadowing issues like this. Why are these ones so much darker? Doesn't really make sense. Let's open up our PCG graph real quick. Just seeing if any of these lighting things end up helping it. It's really weird that it's doing that. I mean, in theory, they should all be exactly the same. I mean, some of the shadowing, you know, is gonna happen, but it shouldn't be that stark. Odd. Does seem to happen on hillsides, so maybe it's just like being affected more than it should with that. I kind of wonder if it's like a scaling thing. Let me try something real quick here. No? Not that. Guess I did get it a little bit with the other one too. So odd. Wonder why it does that. You know, there was one way to fix this, but I was a little bit afraid it's going to screw it up at night. Let's try it out. So how I did it is... mesh, grease, rubber fig. What I did was I took this and I actually ran it into the emissive. So that it puts out that color of light a little bit too. And I think I had to multiply it, but what I'm afraid is that it might glow in the dark. Let's see. Let's do this. Let's make it emissive. Add a 5 here. That helps get rid of that. And then let's change the sky and see if this causes issues. Yeah, see? Can't have that. Can't be having that. So that's a no-go. So weird though. Like, I wonder why just certain ones do it. I have an assumption on why this is happening. And I think to fix it, I think we need to actually like make some changes here. I think we need to like change this. Oh, might sound crazy, but I think what's happening is the billboard is so small that it's catching shadows from things that the trees necessarily wouldn't. Because the trees are making the object look bigger than it actually is, which I know kind of sounds weird, but I'm pretty sure that's what's happening here. But like if we apply changes, it's gonna be way too big. Let's do. We might need to like remake the model real quick. Which isn't super hard to do, it's just annoying. I'm gonna put it right next to another one. Slow our camera down. As these always face you, it's hard to tell exactly where it's at. Kind of tricks your eyes, which is the whole point, right? Okay, so we need to make it like about 1500 maybe. Maybe just a little bigger. This is like 2000. That's about right, 2000. And then let's just add billboard. All right, let's I think the easiest way to test this would be to go to our fake trees. Copy this so that we can turn that off, and then just make it so that we have one. And then it didn't really fix it. Nope, I don't think that's it. Let's go to our generated ones we just made. Oops. Damn, I hate when I hit the wrong thing. Oh well, we'll figure that out. I don't know why it randomly will like shade some darker. Usually it's like affected by certain lighting. Let's try something real quick. I don't want to do it. All right, we're just gonna move on. So let's continue making different trees. We need to replug in our material. I think as far as like shading, we got it looking pretty close. The other one. God, those little black dots are gonna piss me off though. We gotta figure that out. It's gotta be a shadow thing. See, we don't get it over here where there's not hillsides. Okay, let's make some more of these bad boys. So, let's open up our trees again. Still isn't looking too great. I'm thinking about doing some of, like, just randomly rotated. I don't know if it's necessary, but I think it would just add that much more complexity to it, you know? Like, for example, if we took... this one... We did the same thing. And then we rotated it like randomly. Generate that texture. Okay, this mask isn't right. Now we start to get some rotations and differencing in them. I was thinking about doing that. I think right now I'm going to worry about having the variety and then maybe doing some rotations. I don't know. Just some ideas. So let's open this up again. Let's start getting some of these bungalow palms, because they're kind of like a really common one that we see. So we need skylighting, lighting, post processing. I think we have that off.
think we're really only gonna have large ones because it's just mostly for, you know, canopy work. That's not right. Okay, so we gotta turn off lighting. We need that one and this one. These two we can just delete. That's our mask. And that's our actual color here. Buy that. So let's collapse our first ones here. Oh shit, what the hell? Maybe there's something wrong. Oh, they're in there. And then with the palms, they're a little smaller in general. So we're going to take this and multiply right here and do 3,000. And that's going to shrink all the palms a little bit. Looking a little better, slowly but surely. Let's work on coloration a little bit. So we got this this color isn't quite right. Yeah, that one. Get back over to our forest so that we can compare stuff. I feel like that one's pretty good, so let's just save that. And then let's go to our palm tree one. The palm trees are a little more like, they're a slightly different color, they're a little more yellowed. Let's get up here where we can see a little more. You know what really the best way is to do this? Let's come over here. Take the palm tree that we're popping and throw it in there. Then take our fake one and put it there next to it. Or actually, we don't even need to do that. We just need to take this out. There we go. And then we can match up like sizing and all that too. So you can see they're still a little bit big compared to the real ones. pretty good on the sizing, I think. Good enough, at least. And now for the coloration. So it's too saturated. It needs to be a little more orangey. Add it there for a second. I think this billboard isn't quite right. You know what we might be able to do is add a multiply. Or even a lerp. A lerp might be better. And add in a bit of this coloration. We don't need a lot. Like if we do like 1, it's gonna be... Oh, I might need to plug it into the bass player. That would help. Yeah. Okay, so if we just add a little bit of that in there. Just add a divide. That's gonna darken that color we're mixing it with a little bit. And then let's add in the yellows and stuff. Yeah. That's a little better. And then we need to make it like... We're getting there. Something like that's actually pretty close. It's a bit too dark. I don't hate that. If we could add a little extra contrast to it. See what that does. Oh. Hello. It's kind of just, it's not really It's not adding the contrast I want. Oh yeah, that's more like what I'm talking about. 0.02. If we do something like that, and then like re-brighten the whole thing, maybe. Something like that, and then we're gonna have to back off all of this. That's getting there. If we darken that up. Getting there. We need to make it a little less bright. Let's try something. Let's just add a second one of these. And then we might need to do like a desaturation. Oops. There we go. I just gotta dial that in. That's looking pretty good. From a distance, I think that's looking pretty tight. Like this one looks like it fits in pretty good. Let's save that. And then we can modify this a little to like get the color if we really need, but I think that's looking pretty damn good. Just save all of those. That's pretty good. Okay, let's delete this. We got our palm trees. Let's take this and rehook up this bad boy. The other thing I'm noticing about these is I don't love the second rubber fig that we made, which I think is, I think it's this one. Yeah, I don't love this one. Let's work on that a little bit. You can see it's a little bit big. So let's back it off on size to 3000. That's better. Might even do the 2500. Yeah, and then you might have to desaturate this one a little bit too. Looking pretty good. I think it needs a little more orange in there. I like that, but then from a distance, they get a little lighter. That's why I like to zoom out and do it. That looks pretty close. Looking at these two trees right here, but from a distance. The leaves colors is nice. That's getting there. Well, they look good side by side, kind of, but it's just it's not right. The leaf color is the most important, but if I do it right, everything should match pretty well. More like that. Do not need to divide this one? Yeah, we still do. We might need to like isolate the leaves, because like this is looking pretty good on the trunks and stuff. The leaves are just a little bit bright. To try our old trick here. Multiply it by the unlit just a little bit. Oh, actually we did alert, didn't we? That way we can control it a little tighter. Isn't working. I think that didn't help. Kind of just blends in when you actually get it in there, so I think we need to make it lighter. I think we need to go with something like that. Let's do that. Oh, I forgot. I'll plug that back up. I think it's still a bit dark. I think that's better. The trunk's kind of pissing me off a little bit, but one thing we can do is take this. We're going to export this. Let's do it to our downloads. Trunk mask is what we'll call it. And then we're going to open that up in GIMP. We're going to erase all the trees and use that just as a mask that we can then bring down just the trunk alone. And that'll darken the trunk and make sure... I mean, I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue once we have all the trees in there, but... I don't know. let's wait on this. We've got it. If it becomes an issue, then we'll go ahead and do it. It's I feel like it kind of stands out right now. And we need a lot more of the other ones. So what we're gonna do, let's open up our PCG. We're gonna copy this over. And we're gonna remove from the static mesh. We're gonna remove the palm tree one. And then this one, we're gonna delete all of them. And we're just going, oh, actually, we're just gonna delete these. Keep the fake palm. You can see how many palm trees are actually in here. It's quite a few. That. Looking better slowly. And now we need to add another palm tree. It's not just using one. Oh. There we go. Has a little extra texture. Now I think the next one we need to probably work on, let's get up here where we can see in the light a little more, is these ones that actually add a little more darkness. These guys, because really the ones that we have up here should be pretty sparse, like probably more sparse than we have it. Probably be more like that. See what all we got in here. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was actually pretty good where it was. I feel like that was probably pretty close to what it's like in our other forests. These, the palms are not quite right. Just tweak that a little bit here. You need a little more color to them. Do it like that, and then Like that. Looking pretty good. I do feel like we're losing a little bit of the yellows, and I think that's from these palms that we're working with. That's why I'm trying to add in a little more yellow back in there. Maybe like that. That's looking a little better. I'm trying to make it look like it just continues, you know? And I think we're pretty close. Okay, now we need to start adding these darker greens, which is a different type of tree. Those ones are, those are these alley figs, I believe. No, not the alley figs. The umbrella? No, but we will want some of those. Which one is that? Is it the rubber pig? It is. Okay. Okay, so we already have those. So let's take a couple of those and just kind of like mock it up a little bit. Make those a little more green. Once we can see the actual overall look, it's easier to do this. And really get the colors correct. So this darker green is what we want to match to. And we're already there. We might just need to touch it up a little like that. That's looking good. And I think we should probably just do one of them like that. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna undo that because I think that the color of those ones is actually pretty good, and I don't really want to mess with it. That's the one I was the most happy with. Let's take some of these other ones that we were a little less happy with and modify those to be the darker colors. That one I'm not too bad on. Let's do this one. This is the one I was the least okay with. We can darken that one up a little bit. Give us some of those darker greens. Like that. Cool. I'm pretty happy with that. It's looking pretty good. Thank you. I'm working on it. This isn't even all of it yet. I still don't have the ground cover and all that stuff put in yet. I'm just trying to work on these distance trees right now. I'm kind of doing this thing where the trees off in the distance are actually all fake. They're all billboards. And this forest is like super high quality, especially once I get the rest of the ground cover going. It looks really good. It still looks good right now, but it definitely, it just fills it out and gets more foliage and all that. And it looks way denser. But I'm worried. I started realizing that I was having issues with like I wanted, this is a photography game, and I want people to be able to take shots that are like overlooking a whole valley and stuff. And I wasn't going to be able to do that with, you know, this forest. But I really wanted it to feel like it was a continuation. So what we're doing is we're making billboards of all of these. You can see them if I come out here. And we're basically just copying the forest, taking all of these types of trees and making billboards. Not all of them, but most of them. At least a few of each type. And then matching the colors up so that when it meshes, it meshes really nicely. And we're going to need to work on those, well, the shadows, I think, are partly just because I'm up in the sky, but yeah, so we're trying to get that to really mesh. And you can see there's still a couple missing that are going to lighten it up a little bit here. But overall, it's coming along. Like this one. Before we start messing with those colors, let's add in the other trees and see if that just balances it out all right on its own, you know. So the next one we really need, I think, is these umbrella trees. The umbrella trees are something that you see quite a bit through here. And they kind of have a little bit of that lighter color. So this may just add exactly what we need. And I think I like to use the biggest ones because those are the ones that are going to really fill out the canopy. And that's all we're concerned with, right? Let's try these. Let's first take this one. We're going to open up our imposter generator here. We need skylighting, lighting, post-processing. We're going to create that. And then we're going to turn on that and take that off. And I think that's... yeah. Slowly remembering how we need to do it. Okay, so we're going to do fake alley, or sorry, fake umbrella. And we'll do A. We do need to copy... You know, with this one, we might actually want to copy what we did with the palms. I think that might work even better. And then let's rename these. We'll go fake umbrella. Yeah, I think it's coming along pretty good. You know, I thought of different ways of doing this. And I was hoping that I could make the forest work on its own by like just generating the large trees throughout the landscape. But I just think it's going to be too much, even with nanite and all that. So I think with billboards, I think I can... I mean, when we actually play this out... Oh, that's... Hang on, let me switch out of this. So right now we're getting... I don't know why we're getting 40. We were getting like 70 just a second ago. I don't think I did anything that should decrease it quite that much. We need to fix the popping issues, but... I feel like... I don't know, let me try something. Well, it's not our billboards. That's really weird. We were literally just getting 70. I don't know what all of a sudden changed it. Real quick, let's delete that completely and let's start it and see. Yeah, no, it's still doing it. So it's not that, and that's all we've changed, which is kind of odd. So I don't know what the change was there. I don't know. We'll have to figure that one out. But we were getting 70 a second ago, and the only thing I can think of that we changed was the spawning in of the foliage, which if we really need to, we could spawn the foliage a bit closer to us. So if we really needed to. Right now I have it at like 30,000 so that, you know, it looks really good up until a distance. But in reality, we could probably back that out. My biggest thing is I don't want it to pop as we glide through it. Hopefully we can sort out our distances so that we don't have the issue like where you can even tell. You know what I mean? That's the goal. Could be, but I don't think that's what it is. Yeah. No, because it's still at like 40. That's really weird because it was at 70. Like I said, the only thing I can think of that I changed was like how I did this thing. I had it at like 2,000. And then I had this back at 100 to get like the same thing. But I was getting this weird spawn-in issue. See if that changes anything. No, not really. Huh. I don't know. It is kind of strange. Yeah, it might be that like I haven't built the level in a little bit. It could just be, and I've added shit, you know what I mean? Anyways, we're gonna need to fix a couple of these little things here. But like the shadow map distance and all that to make it really like smooth in the popping. I think we can sort that stuff out. But this is looking way better in the distance. It's actually looking more like a forest now. You should have seen it when I started. It does work in mysterious ways, man. I feel like one day I'll be getting like 20 FPS and sometimes I'm getting 70. And it's like the same project. I haven't really changed much. I don't know, dude. I don't know. But give me a second here. What? I'll show you kind of some of the fun stuff. I'm trying to remember what the shortcut is to add items to my inventory. Hang on. I think it's in my controller. Yeah. 6. Okay, so it's looking. I'm happy with the distance, man. Like that's starting to look a lot better. The landscape is still too tall. We need to bring everything down. When I was making it, I was afraid when I was loading it in, it really wasn't looking very majestic like when I had it smaller, so I heightened everything. And now it's a little much. But hang on, let me open this bad boy up a little bit. We'll use the film camera and we'll give ourselves a nice we'll do 100 to 500. So you've got manual adjustment of like pretty much everything. So you've got your f-stop, you've got your ISO, and you've got your shutter speed. And the shutter speed does affect the blur, like the blur. So if you've got, you know, something running by you, but like, this is a 4.5. Oh, see, that's going to be an issue. What's up with that? Why is it? I must have one of them casting shadows or something. None of them should be casting shadows. And then you can manual focus as well, which I think is kind of cool. Maybe. Maybe. Am I hitting the wrong button? Oh no, there we go. I don't know why that wasn't working. Odd. But you know, you can take some cool pictures. And then like, let's swap our lens type here. We'll do it. Yeah, we'll do this one. Oh, and I haven't set this up on this map yet, but I do have a thing that like shows the cameras and lenses as you swap them out. It's not on this bigger map yet. I just need to throw it in here to do that. Like this one, you can't zoom in quite as far, right? Because it doesn't have the focal length. But it's really good for like some nice closer shots. I don't know what I want to take a picture of. Do a nice up close shot. Oh, something's off with our exposure on this one. And I just added the ISO and f-stops and all of that, so like some of that I think I still kind of have to like work out a little. See how it's coming out a little bit bright. I had it working good without that, like just with like auto exposure, it worked pretty good. But yeah, it's about to rain, I think. You'll get to see the rain. And see, some stuff like this tree floating, that's another issue with like the landscape being really sharp at points. Like, look at that, dude, right? Oh yeah, like that shit looks sick. I'm loving that. Let's darken the exposure a little bit. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Sounds good. We're keeping that. We'll get rid of this one. No, I'm not loving this one in general. It's kind of boring.
we'll get rid of this one. And you'll see how I have a lot of film grain and stuff. If I take and swap my camera out and take that photo, darken it up a little bit. Then I'm not going to get that. See, so you can see that grain difference. And one of those is ASPC, so it's going to frame it in a little differently. And then you can take those and you can go back to a studio. So, let me save all real quick. We'll just go straight into the gallery map. And I have it set up so you can transfer between all these maps and stuff. Like I said, I just don't have it set up for this map yet. This is a brand new, I'm trying to make the open world map, and it's like, I'm kind of starting from scratch, so. But I'll show you what the real, like, what a full-on forest looks like with everything generated. It's pretty close to done. Yeah, it's like a nature photography game. Yeah, the second window does, like, when you like the window that shows the camera and stuff, it's gonna eat up my frame rate a little bit, but it's only when you're in a menu. So it's like, who cares, right? Like, it's not gonna tank it so much that, I don't know. And then the camera, when you use the camera, it's not too bad. I think I made it so it doesn't really like do much because it shuts off all the other cameras, but I haven't been in here for a little while, so let it load up. But yeah, proper depth of field and focus and all that. It's basically a whole nature photography game. So you go out, you take photos. I'm gonna have animals and stuff that I just haven't quite added yet. I have a system to add them, but I just haven't. I'm working on the nature part first. Let this all load up. But this is, I think, one of the funnest parts is framing your photos and selling them. Eventually you'll get like commissions from like Nat Geo and stuff to go out and find certain animals, and certain animals are only further into the forest, and you don't start with the hang glider. So without the hang glider, it's hard to get like far into the forest because it takes a while. And you have hunger and thirst and all that to worry about. But as you start to unlock like the hang glider and stuff, then you can really, explore the forest further and get up to a high point and jump off. That's why I have a lot of like, I'm trying to make some cliffs and some lookouts and stuff, because I want them to be able to get out to a high point and then glide to further in. Not too far, but that's kind of how they start to get around the map faster instead of like just fast travel and stuff. Dude, what is up with this thing? Why is it freaking out on me? There we go. So here's your gallery. Let it prepare my shaders. Oh, what the heck? Might have changed my...
kind of odd. I feel like my game mode is all fucked up. What am I looking for? Where's like world settings? Weird. Never had this issue. It's so crazy, dude. Why is all of a sudden all this weird shit happening? Like it should be loading in. It's like not loading my character at all. Odd. Let's try something real quick. Let's open up our apartment. It's just crazy because like I've never had an issue with that. It has been a while since I've opened this, but the last like I don't know while I've just been working on the other map. Oh yeah, dude. Of course, it always does. Like, why is it not loading in my character? That's so weird. It's just like not loading her in at all. Auto receive input is disabled? What the? Why? I never did that shit. That's so weird, man. Maybe I did it at one point, like when I was trying to film a cinematic or something. You know what I mean? That's all I can think of. Oh, it still doesn't seem to be working. Yeah, auto possess player. Do I need this too? So strange, dude. I don't know why. I had to have been doing a cinematic. I remember I was taking some photos of like, I was taking green screens of like animals and putting them into the forest and relighting the green screens, and I was practicing that, and I had to have like turned it off while I was doing that. That's the only thing I can think of. Okay. So weird, dude. Want to see some code, dude? Look at this shit. Let's open up our player controller. Is that what I'm using? Photo controller. You know, I don't think it's supposed to be photo controller. I think it's supposed to be player. That has to be what's going on here. But it's like, why did I change all this? I don't know if I would have. I don't know. Very strange. Let's see. It's weird as it was working on the other one, right? Hey, oh. All right. Let's unlock our stuff here. Hang on. So you can come in here, and to be honest, I forget the websites. I'm gonna have email where when you first start selling photos before you unlock your gallery, you like sell them through email. I think I'm gonna have them like you post them on like Instagram and then people email you to buy them. Something like that. I don't know yet. What's... I don't remember the names. I remember they're really funny. That's alright. Anyways, you can buy cameras and stuff like that. Oh, one of them's I think Camera King. I think one of them's CameraKing.com. Hey, it's actually not as spaghetti looking as it looks like. It's just, I haven't labeled everything because I know what it is, you know. But there's a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, Camera King. I don't know if I just don't have these yet. I must not. Thought I had lenses in there. Probably not. I haven't really focused too much on all that. But anyways, let me show you what I was going to. So you got your go to sleep. That'll just like restore health and stuff. You can buy food and all that. I know all that stuff works. At least it did last time I opened this. Okay, so you can come in here. Okay, let's hang that one. You can choose if you want to frame or not. You can do like, oh, hang on, I haven't unlocked it. Let me... I'm just gonna unlock everything here. Okay, so you got your canvas depth. So you can do like shadow boxes and stuff. You can add glass around that if you want. That's weird. I don't know why it's flashing. That wasn't doing that before. You can edit all this. So like, let's change that to... I kind of like it in the green. Let's do like a darker green. Like that. You can do split canvases. Like we can do like 3 canvases, right? Take the first one and do like something kind of fancy. And then let's go back to like 1, and we'll do frame. Back up so we can see it a little better. Oh, you checking it out, buddy? What you think? You like it?
Um, let's take away that canvas depth. Let's add a little glass. Yeah, it's real weird how it's like flashing on the glass distance. I'll have to look into that. That's a new thing. You can change your frame thickness. Ooh, I'm liking that. Make a little deeper frame. Oh yeah, I'm liking that. That's a good photo. I would buy that shit. Okay. Now let's do another one here. Let's do, yeah. Oh yeah, look at that. I'm telling you, dude, once we start messing with frames, man, I can work on this shit for days. It's so fun. You can tell I haven't loaded these up in a while. I don't know what's up with this. I need to figure that shit out. That has been happening. It didn't at first, and all of a sudden it started. I don't know what's up with that. Ooh, I kind of... Dude, I'm telling you, you can't beat the wood. You just can't beat the wood. Let's make this bigger. I want this to be like... And then that margin color is not working. Let's do... Ooh, what about like a nice black? Oh yeah, I'm liking that. Make it a bit bigger. And then we could even do like a little bit of a canvas depth to it, just to make it kind of special. I'm liking that. Oh, somebody bought our photo. So yeah, they'll come and they'll buy it. But as you start to do this, you know, you start to like really lay out your whole gallery and it looks really cool. And then once you upgrade your gallery, you extend it. And now you have like all of these that you can throw together. Oh shit, sorry. Come on in and check out the photos. The photos are evaluated. I'm trying to remember because it's been a while since I've set that up. Okay, so just a photo of like nature, like this or this, is going to be kind of a standard setting, and it varies. Like there's a discrepancy, you know. It'll have like a plus or minus, like let's say 15-20% value, whatever I put. So this photo you could sell for $100, or maybe someone else will come along later and spend 120 on it, and it kind of fluctuates a little bit, right? So just a base photo is kind of standard. There's ways that I can make it so, like, if you take a photo of certain... Oh, somebody bought it. Of certain certain areas, like let's say you go and you take a photo of like a waterfall. I can have something on the waterfall that gives you extra points. So, you know, if I add temples and things like that that you can find, let's say a dead guy that you can find somewhere. If you take photos of those things, those special occasion kind of markers give you a little extra on top of the base. And then the animals is where it gets really complex. So the animals, it does a frustum trace and traces everything like basically in your photo out to a certain point. It'll pick up the animals in it it'll make sure they're not behind anything. It basically throws a trace to like their head, their body, and their tail or something like that. It's like 3 or 4 traces per animal. If it hits the animal, then it counts a bit of a bonus. So let's say a fox is worth an extra $150, or let's say $200 to make it easy, right? If you capture only the head, though, then it takes 1/3 of that price, or 1/4 of that price. And so it'd be $50 extra instead of $200 extra. If you get, let's say, the head and some of the tail, but the rest is behind a tree, you're going to get like $100 extra. You get depending on how much of the animal you catch. And then I made it so depending on how big the camera is in the screen in the shot, you also get a bonus or a negative bonus. Like if you zoom out too far and you're like barely seeing it on the hillside, you might get a little bit, but it's not going to be a lot. If you zoom way far in where like you can't even tell what it is because you're so close to the fur, you know, it's like I don't even know what you're shooting, it's going to go down a little bit, right? But there's kind of a perfect sizing in the frame that you get the most points. And I tried to do that from a aesthetics position. So like, you know, kind of with rules of thirds and all of that, it's like typically you want a subject so big in the frame, and you're going to get the most points if you get a clear shot of it in a good framing. You don't have to frame it any certain way, it's just kind of how big it is in the shot and stuff, how much of the animal you captured, you know, stuff like that. And ultimately when you're selling pictures, it ends up working out so you just feel like oh, that's a cool picture of a fox, you know, and you get a little more. And it feels pretty natural, I think. But like, let's say you got a picture of like a bird on a waterfall, like, you know, you get the waterfall bonus plus the bird bonus, depending on how big the bird is, you know, like, so it kind of just all ends up giving you a certain price for the photo. And it's pretty complex. So like, yeah, that was something I worked on first, because I was like, I need to make sure that this works before anything, you know what I mean, and that I can figure that out. And I think I'm trying to remember where it does it all. Not in hers. I honestly think it might be like in one of these. Let me think here. The Polaroid's cool because it adds little flourishes to it too. Okay, so here's some of it. Might just be in the save game. Oh, here's all the... Oh, okay, here we go. So So when you take a photo, it adds it to a photo gallery, adds the photo file location so it can re-pull them later and stuff. And then here's the scoring. So this animal scores, I think, is actually in the animals, if I remember correctly. So animals. Here's a fox I used for testing. Yes. So this is like, this is the base code for an animal, right? So your photo trigger, it gets the camera view, gets the photo cine camera, and takes the view, throws that out to all this bullshit. So what this is doing is it's getting all the different sides of the frustrum, the left, the right, the top, the bottom, and then checking with, checking with these ands to see if it's in it. And I'm trying to remember how, like, I honestly, it's been so long, I don't remember how I did all of this. But you've got, you know, bottom plane, top plane, near plane, left plane, right plane. And I guess I don't have a far plane, but I probably should. I think I figured that the far plane won't matter that much because anything that's in it, like, it's gonna, if it's so far away, it's not even gonna spawn it, right? It's gonna cull it, so probably won't matter. But if it's within all of those, basically, if this animal is within all of those, then it's gonna go ahead and do it. And I don't remember what the ore is. Oh, it's different bones. So if the head is within the frustrum, if the tail is within the frustrum, if the paws. So if any part of it basically is seen within the frustrum. And I think I did the head, the tail, and both of the paws. So it's like, you know, you might not have the head popping out, but you might have a foot popping out or something like that. So I think that's why I did that. And then you've got, I think, so if it's not in there at all, it's not going to add any extra score. If it is, I have it set at 100 for the fox right now. Then it's going to trace it to the head, the neck, the spine, the pelvis, and the tail. So like 5 different traces. And if it catches any of those, it adds an extra amount. So 10% if it's the tail, 20%, 20%, 20%, and then 30 for the head, right? So the head gets a little more. And the more of those you get, the more things. So if you get the full animal in the shot, you're going to get the best score, basically. And then it divides that percentage-wise. Checks for the size of the object in the picture. So you've got vertical field of view, component bounds of the fox. It's basically comparing those. And then 0 to 1. So it's like, you know, anywhere from 0% of the screen to 1% of the screen. And then this is where it starts to get a little more complicated. This, I think, is where it does the math to, like, say, like, it ratios the score depending on how big it is in the screen. So if it's between 1%, is it 1? Yeah, 1% and 8%, you're gonna get like the tiniest little score. If it's between 8% and 60%, you get a bigger score. And then this is where this is like your prime number, I think, is like between 60 and 1. And then once it's over 1, it starts to go down. And then you take your total photo score, you divide it by the amount that the body's shown, and then you save that. And then when you call add score, it, like, I think that's when it comes in here. And it, yeah, when you call add score, it actually adds it to a thing. So that's kind of how it's all working. That's kind of the whole back end of it. But I'll show you, like, this is what the Rainforest will look like. This is my test map. And I'm just trying to make the big map feel as good. There's something about, like, I wanted it to have a little more hills and lookouts than this one does. But it's hard to find a balance between making it work the way it should with this biome and adding that. Right now it's too tall, like I was saying. I made all my mountains a little high. Give it a second to load. So you can see this is like pretty much flat. There's really not a lot going on, and that's like, it doesn't make for a very interesting like landscape shot, right? So I want those landscape shots like we took earlier, that second one. I want that. So I wanted mountains and shit, but it's like, it's a matter of finding a balance between making it feel like a real forest and adding majesticness. So, but this is what it'll look like once I get all the rest of the volumes spawned in. Like I said, much more dense. It's like all this stuff, it's still just loading in. So when we're on the other map, it doesn't really have quite all of this being spawned yet. I only have like one tree volume spawning. And there's like, I think 2 or 3 tree volumes, and then all of the foliage spawns. And some of that stuff I just have turned off right now, and you know, I'm trying to work on the canopy first, and then I can throw all this in under that, you know what I mean? So give it a second, it's still loading a mesh. And then we'll play through it. And I really do want to add some swampy areas like this. I have some lakes right now, but I would like to add some swampy areas, and I haven't quite gotten there yet. And I knew this was going to be the hardest part of the game, is making the world, because the world is, to make something that looks like this but is, you know, 10 kilometers large is like almost an impossible feat. So there's a lot of optimization tricks, and that's why we're working on all of the billboards and stuff right now. The goal is to take this and make it feel like this, but endless, you know what I mean? And it's kind of fun because you can find some really cool spots, like even like this, you know, you find some cool little areas. And when you do, it's definitely like rewarding, it's satisfying. But imagine this, but you come to like a waterfall, you know, that's like what I'm trying to set up. Anyways. I'm gonna turn off the music for a second once this is ready, so you can hear the forest. I think it's ready. Okay, so oh, and one of my favorite features, maybe. Oops. So funny, dude. Still needs a little work, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. This shit cracks me up, dude. Oh my God. And then you got your drone. And then you have I don't remember how to activate it. Hang on. Where is it? Where is it? It has night vision, and that like sees makes the animal stand out. Um, I don't remember what I use for the hotkey for it. Weird. Anyways, it's got it. I'll show it to you. And then you have a GPS, which maybe like I said, a lot of this I don't remember how I have it keyed because it's been so long. But let's go on a little hike here. Oh. And the bugs and stuff, if you wait and you look around, there's actually bugs flying around you. Hang on. I think if we get in the sun, you'll be able to see a little better. Dude, imagine getting attacked by a jaguar in this shit. Okay, let's come out here. Stop for a second. And the bugs will come. See, there's a little butterfly right down there. Um, there's little mosquitoes too that fly around you. Like this shit, dude? Oh my God. That's why are the sun rays not showing up in my camera though? That's odd. I haven't had that problem before. See, some of this I think it's because I added in the all the manual adjustments, and I think it threw off some stuff. There's a oh, yeah, some. Where you at? Oh, there's a mosquito. See, here's our camera view. I don't know why. Oh, I was gonna say I don't know why it's panned over to the left, but I think it's like that because when you put a really big lens on there, it like pretty much fills the whole thing. Oh, we got the rain. But like, why did my frame rate just tank, dude? That's weird. Like some of this stuff, like I've never had issues with that before. Normally, right now I'm running at 50 something FPS. I don't know if it's just because we haven't built it since I've been in for a long time or what. Kind of odd. I don't know. this one. It's really weird. I don't know why all of a sudden it does that. I want to add little ants walking across the logs. I actually have the like asset set up, but I haven't integrated it all. Oh, and then I don't have it in my inventory, but you can build bridges. So you can get to like spots. Oops. Okay, what? Come on, buddy. Climb it. Climb it, climb it. I think I'm stuck. That's weird. I don't know, dude. Some of this is acting different than when I left it, which kind of pisses me off, but what you gonna do, right? Like the little mosquitoes, dude. Mosquitoes are cool. Every now and then you'll have one fly like right in front of your face, too. And see, I sped up the hang glider for the other world, and I just don't like it. I think it needs to feel more like this. It needs to have some hills, but it needs to like have a lot of flat too. That's why I think I need to kind of like mellow everything out a little bit. Oh, dude, this is a cool little spot. Look at that. All those butterflies. That's a terrible picture. I also noticed that my bug sounds don't seem to follow me right there, which is interesting. See here, I've got bug sounds. I wonder if that's like I must be playing it on at a location instead of following me. Yeah, mosquitoes are pretty cool. Dude, for real. But what's funny is I think if I remember right, I added like bug spray in here. So if the mosquito noises are pissing you off, you can use that and then they go the noise goes away for a while and the bugs kind of stop. Because it does make little bug sounds, and some people might be like, dude, enough. So that's supposed to be like the annoyance of it is the sound of, which is kind of real. Um, okay, so I feel like it's probably on the level where I do it. Look at this. This is the level blueprint. Oh yeah, this is all like when it changes. And it changes weather, like changing the light shafts and stuff, so it feels more natural. Okay, mosquito sound. Oh, that's part of it. When it rains, the mosquitoes go away. Like they're not flying all over as much, which to me made sense. You don't see mosquitoes flying around in the rain as much, you know what I mean? So it's like during light rain, I think it won't do it. But once the rain starts to get heavier, that's when the mosquito sounds go away. I guarantee that's what it is. Yeah, because it is sound 2D. Tell me if that makes sense to you. When it's like raining, mosquitoes aren't out as much. So, anyways, now we got to make the other map look and feel like this. And I just feel like, I don't know, maybe we should jump in Gaia now that we got some of the other stuff working, the billboards. I kind of want to finish out the billboards a little bit. Um, we only have a couple more trees to do on that. And then we need to get into Gaia. And I mean, like you saw how big that map was. It really wasn't that big, but it feels big. And then look at this shit, dude. You know what I'm saying? And there are some cool spots that I've already started to set up, like see if I can find it here real quick. There's a cool waterfall I started making, which I'm probably going to need to adjust once I change the map height, but there. Let's add all the water back in so I can see it. And I need to make it not spawn billboards where the water is. That's another thing. Oh, right here. No, that's not it. Where are you at, waterfall? I'm gonna make some more of them too, but I have like 2 or 3 right now that I've started working on. Oh, you know what? We need to respawn in all of this stuff too. Okay, so it's over there. So this is one little tiny waterfall I'm gonna have, I think. Just a little baby one. Um, here's one up here. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe I just put those. Oh yeah, I was gonna have one coming off of the hillside here. And one right there. And these are just gonna fall into another river, but there's gonna be a little like, this must be the real one. Yeah, this is like the big waterfall I was looking on. There's like 2 pretty good ones. Um, this one I think will be sick, dude. Like imagine like water like falling down off of that. I think you could get some cool shots. Um, and imagine trees all around this and stuff. You know what I mean? That'll be really cool. I don't know why this rock isn't showing up all of a sudden. There we go. There we go. Let me slow my camera down a bit. Like, I think this is going to look sick once I have trees all around it and everything. I think it'll be really neat. So that's one of them. Let's see here's another one. It looks like a little tiny one here. You're just trying to add stuff so that like, when you're exploring, you can be walking along a river and then find this cool little waterfall. You know what I mean? And there's a couple big ones and a lot of just like little ones too that I added just for people to find and keep them busy. I think this, no, it's not that one. There's one that's pretty cool. It's like up in this little bowl. So there's the big one, the little one, little one. Gotta be this one. It looks kind of big too. Yeah. So this one, that'll be cool, right? And then flowing into a river. You've got the water like up above it. And then I was thinking about having like maybe a little waterfall right here, like coming like a little tiny stream and a little waterfall. Um, I don't know. But those are a few of them I've built so far. But like this is looking pretty good. This is looking decent. Let's do a quick build. Let's just see if this helps speed us up. Um, and one of the things I'm a little concerned with that I've been having issues with is I remember I tried to add in rivers and I added like one small river and it just like tanked my FPS and like I was doing something wrong. Like it was running way worse than it should be. Like I couldn't even add the river because my editor was like freaking out. So like I was trying to make it and it was just like not having it. So something I was doing wrong there. I don't really know what, but I got to figure out the best way to do that. There's a couple different river systems I found that I think will work good that just work off of splines. And it's like, I think the built-in one is decent, but I think it just has a bit much going on. Some of these other ones I've been looking at are a little bit, I think, more of like just a plane that has a texture on it that looks like it's moving really well. And it still looks really good. Um, but yeah. And then I just got another plugin that I might end up using for this, depending on what my frame rate's looking like. This water looks fine, but I found like for these big lakes, I found a really good water texture that I think would work even better. But I don't know. We'll have to see on that. I was working on a fly fishing game, and I made this, or not made, but found this water texture plugin that's really good. But like I said, I don't know how I'm gonna get all. Why am I on Galactic? Weird. So I think the one I was going to use. This one's not too bad. That looks pretty decent. It's a little ripply for me, but I'm hoping I can kind of modify that a little bit. Make it just not quite as ripply looking. Sorry, I don't know why it keeps disconnecting on us. Kind of odd.
Yeah, the rural Australia one's pretty good. I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards this Riverology. I just feel like it looks a little bit better. Like I said, I think it's a little ripply for me. I'm hoping I can like kind of spread out these ripples a little bit. But I do like the texture, and I think that having that on the map would look pretty good. So, and then the water I've been using is Easy Waterscape, the new one by William Fauscher. I mean, it fucking looks so good, dude. It took me a little while to get the look I wanted out of it, but once I did, like, it does look really nice. Like, come on, dude, you can't beat that. Just can't beat it. So I've been using this for my other project, and it looks good. It's easy to work with. There's ways of optimizing it. I mean, it doesn't look this good in game, right? Because this is like a high-end render. In real time, it's like a little less than that, but not by much. It still looks pretty damn good. Like stuff like this is pretty accomplishable, and then you can like remove foam and stuff like that for lakes, you know, and it saves on performance. But if you haven't bought this yet, highly recommend. It's not very much. I think it was like $40 maybe or something, but it's really, really good. But yeah, good stuff. William Fauscher is like the man. Sure, if you work with Unreal, you probably already know that. This is kind of like a nice lake look.
Offers 3 different types of buoyancy as well. Give you a much more
Like,
different look. The choppiness limiter here is essentially a divider to offset the effect of bad. That said, it works great.
I mean, this is what it looks like in game, pretty much, dude. Like, it looks pretty damn good.
You drop it into your level, assign a static mesh of your choice. You can choose how many objects you spawn. Remember, if you'd rather use your own mesh, you can.
When you first load it up, it looks like this. It looks all like turquoisey, and I was like, I don't like that. Like, why does it look like that instead of this? You know what I'm saying? And it took me a little bit to like get the look I wanted out of it. But once I was able to figure it out, then I'm like, oh, okay, sick. But when you first load it up, it looks like this. It's very turquoisey. And to me, the turquoise look is a bit, I don't know. It doesn't look bad, but it definitely is a little bit like fake looking in a way. There's something about it. And then he was talking about like, where is it? So this is like something he was mentioning. So this is the single layer water look. And to me, this doesn't look quite as good especially in game. I think for certain cinematics, like if you were doing like a Mediterranean Sea or something, this would probably look pretty killer, right? But I wanted something a little bit
from any light other than your primary directional light.
It just, I don't know, there's something about it that sometimes doesn't come across right. So then he said like this, when you want something that's cloudy and like it looks more murky and stuff,
it just won't work. This shot was primarily lit with one spotlight. And because there's no shadows being cast by this rock here, the whole illusion just falls apart. That is when switching over to default lit. in shots where you don't actually need translucency can work way better. In this one, I also set the metallic value to 1 to make it look better. See here, the water in my reference is just kind of dark and deep, and that is exactly the kind of look that lets us get away with default.
See, to me, that dark, deep look looks more real to me. This looks more like what I see when I'm out at the lake and stuff. It just looks better.
Instance. Search for a shading model and change it over here.
And what's funny is, like, I ended up not using default lit
and what you need.
on
there
mine.
There are pros and cons to both. Worth mentioning, you can control
the reason I didn't is because the way that the sun was bouncing off of it and stuff with the lighting I had didn't like quite work. So I ended up using the single water layer model that looks like more like this. It'll load. Come on, you can do it. Whatever. Anyways, I showed you it. But I started out with that, and then I tweaked all the colors of, like, the scattering and everything so that it got the color schemes that I really wanted. My computer's probably freaking out because I'm building this and streaming and watching videos and doing all sorts of stuff. And you haven't worked with the William Fauscher stuff yet, I would highly, highly recommend. Thinking about adding these to my current program, but just it didn't give me the look I really wanted. It looks great in cinematics, and I think especially along like waters, it looks really good because bugs tend to congregate along water. But when I like backed it out, it didn't really look quite what I was after. You can do falling rocks with it, like fire sparks and smoke and stuff. It does pretty good with that. And then dust motes. This is what I've used it for in cinematic work a lot. I did a cave shot and I wanted to add a little more ambiance, so I added just a little bit of the dust motes in there, and you could see them reflecting in the light, and that worked pretty good. But like this look, dude, for like a fishing game, this is great. You know what I'm saying? And I have a feeling that this water in this river is the same thing. I could probably use his water for that. I don't know. I just feel like I need it to flow, and his doesn't really flow. It's more like a waterscape, as it's called, you know. Easy fog I have. This one's nice because it's just like cards you can stick up, and it's pretty easy. I feel like it's not quite as cool and feature heavy as some of the other ones. It's basically just these, and you can just drag and drop them in and then resize them and make them look how you want. But it does good enough job. The easy rain and easy snow I don't use because I use ultra dynamic sky for a lot of my weathers. But I think if I were to do like cinematic work, I would be using this. And I think I do have easy rain purchased, but not easy snow. I don't do snow stuff very often. But like that looks pretty killer. Pretty hard to beat William Fauscher's stuff, dude. Like, especially for like cinematic work. Whenever I'm doing cinematic stuff, I really like a lot of this. For like something like what we're working on right now, it's kind of like I don't know. I think it's better to have the weather and the sky that all operates together. And that's what ultra dynamic sky does. It doesn't look quite as probably good in a cinematic, but it gives you a whole like
Like your weather changes over time. You know, you have a whole day-night cycle. You can change how the sky looks at night and like the how bright the stars are, or if you want planets out in the sky, or like whatever. You can change all sorts of stuff. So like I did one shot. Um, where is it here? Like this. Right. So like shots like this with the planets in the sky and stuff, I use that ultra dynamic sky and to add in those, change how big the moon was and all that type of stuff, you know. I like if you look up in the top right, there's like spaceships flying around the space station. And the space station is actually slowly spinning as well for that extra little flavor up there. Um, But like these fog cards were not William Faucher's, I don't think, and I kind of wish I had used his, but I didn't. I didn't own it at the time when I did this shot, so. Yeah, for sure. I do a lot of tweaking, especially like the one that I used for his. You know, I I tweaked up pretty good, but I got it looking awesome for my use case. It was a fun game. I was just screwing around with. I like racing games. I like rally games a lot, and I really wanted to like work on making one. And you can control it with like a helicopter view. Once I started adding all the trees and stuff, it got hard to do that. But I think that would be a really cool view for like, you know, more of a, I don't know, flash game type driver. Bird's eye down kind of thing. And then here's the one I was talking about where I use the moats. Oh wait, not in this one. Um,
We are all trapped. Not physically, but systematically.
you can see the moats in there a little bit.
Maintaining what we
and I tried to make them pretty subtle because I didn't really want, you know, it to be overbearing.
This was a special
but it does
project.
add a little extra ambiance.
We knew it had the potential to change the world, and we felt a need to document it. I am glad we did. Not for the reason we all thought, but because now there is evidence of the mistakes we so confidently made. I have decided it is time to share that evidence. Secrets my company hides.
See this shot, you can really see the moats there for a second. Kind of floating behind him and stuff. So I use that easy Atmos for this one. And then like this is kind of more along the gameplay. I think I've edited the atmosphere a little. I think I made it more like a little cloudier and stuff in here. Dense. Could be wrong, but I think so. I'm also thinking about making it so that you can't see quite as far away. The juice. Anyways. Yeah, got juice. The juice cracks me up, dude. It does kind of freak you out in moments when like you're not expecting to run into one. Maybe you're backing up shooting something, and then one of those things comes around the corner and like blinds you, and it's just like kind of freaks you out. Can't see anything. And I think here's the fly fishing one. Still has a long way to go. I've worked on this for like 2 days, but this is the water in game. And I don't think I was on. I don't even think I was on like full cinematic or anything like that. I think I had anti-aliasing off on this. That's why you get some of these black sparkles out in the water. Just because I was trying to get the line to look a little better. But like, see how the line's all wigging out? I was trying to fix that, so I think I had anti-aliasing off for this. But I'm trying to make this into a mobile game. So that's why I have like everything kind of dialed back a little too. But looks pretty good for what it is, you know? So still a long ways to go on that one, but dude, did we break it? We might have broken it. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like it's really simple. The actual game itself is really pretty straightforward. There's not much to it. It looks really nice, but that's about what it has going for it. It's like that, and then the physics of the line and stuff is kind of like the heaviest stuff on there. It's really not a lot going. And that's kind of why I'm trying to. I don't know. I figure a fishing game is probably a good way to go with that. But the water really didn't add that, like, didn't tank anything too much. And I haven't even begun to optimize it. I just threw some shit together. So, I think, you know, with some optimization, it could work pretty good. But like I said, there's really not a lot going on it. So, I don't know. I think I might be able to get it working for mobile stuff, but we'll have to see. I'm even having this issue where it's like, even on a blank project, I'll get like maybe 70 FPS, and I have like a pretty built out system, so I should be getting like well over 120 on a blank project. And I don't really know why. And I've been trying to figure that out. There's something that I'm missing. I don't know, man. I can't really figure out what's going on with that. But I don't know if you've ever encountered that. And it's weird because sometimes it is engine specific. Like sometimes 5.4 will do that, but 5.5 will run faster and not have that issue. Um, so, and sometimes it's like, you know, you need to update your driver, and then all of a sudden it starts working better again. You know, something like that. But I don't know. Or sometimes a driver's bad. Sometimes you update a driver and everything tanks. And they just have a bad build on one. Like there was one time I think I had to roll back my NVIDIA driver. It just everything was being screwy, and then I rolled back my driver, and all of a sudden everything worked again. So sometimes I think that stuff happens too. But you haven't had that issue? I don't know. I feel like I've always had it since I've been working with Unreal. I just feel like I don't get my full FPS that I should be getting with my build. And it has to be like maybe I just don't have enough RAM or something like that, and it's just like bottlenecking. I don't know, man. There's something weird going on with it. But like I said, like sometimes like I could see on a map like this maybe getting, you know, less. But like last night I was working on this map and I was getting at 70 FPS and now we're getting 50. So I don't know why all of a sudden I'm losing 20. You know what I mean? It's just kind of odd. It doesn't really make sense to me. All right. I'm stopping this. I can't wait no longer. I mean, part of it is probably I'm streaming. I just thought of that. I wasn't streaming last night. So it's, that's probably a good chunk of it. You know what I'm saying? What's this thing saying? Okay, so let's continue work on this. We are having an odd issue here where like we'll get some really dark trees like this randomly where we probably shouldn't be. I would like to fix that. It's not my biggest concern. I know it has something to do with the way the shadow's hitting it. I think I just need to make it so that the shadows don't like it doesn't receive shadowing or something. But where the heck is hang on, I gotta find out where my trees are. Trees 2. Yeah, a minute. I need to reload them. Oh, wrong panel. There we go. But you can see the difference between the map we were looking at earlier and this map. There's a lot I haven't quite gotten to adding yet. And mostly because I'm primarily concerned with trying to make it look like it's like it continues going. You know what I'm saying? Even when it doesn't. So let's add a couple more tree types and then we'll call that good. We're so close to done with it. So we're going to open up our PCG graph. We can get rid of that. So these are our palms. These are all the fake figs. We're going to do the exact same thing, but we're going to do it for the ollie trees or whatever the fuck they're called. Umbrella. That's the umbrellas. So take these, put them in here. Open this up. We're going to swap these suckers out. That needs to go there and there. This needs to go there. And it should look beautiful. Oh, wait, we haven't added it to our PCG. But it still should look beautiful. Okay. We're just going to copy all of these. We probably should not be doing it this way because it's sampling it multiple times. So we might change that, but we'll see. I like doing it this way because then we can control how dense each one is in specific. Eat this one. Under my umbrella, Ella, fake tree. Under my fake umbrella. Okay. Oh, and then we need to. There we go. And then there's still something wrong here. We need to go here. Open this up. Change that. Okay, so we got some issues. Let's first drop the real one in here. That one that we're working on. That's got to be. And then we're going to drag in the fake one, and we're just going to kind of, oops, that's not what I wanted. We need to turn off the culling, the opacity mask trick. Boom. Okay. So the first thing I'm noticing is we have way too much of them. Maybe like that. Size-wise, we're looking pretty good. Oh, just delete that. I think we can make the size a little bit smaller. So let's go down to 2,000. That's better. Now with this one, I think we probably don't need to be multiplying it by this, or we should do it way, way less. Let's start with a 0 and see what that looks like. And then we need to take this and dial that out. We need to probably remove contrast. I don't think we need that. We may or may not need desaturation as well. Let's start with the basic here, the basic setup. And then we'll add that stuff in if we need it. Okay, so we need to divide this. I had to do this on most of them. For some reason, we didn't need to on the palms. But dividing it by about 5 tends to work pretty good. Let's do 4. Oh, we already have it divided. What am I doing? We just need to up it a little bit. There we go. Then we need to figure this out a little bit. I think we need to add that orange in there. Dial that in. It is definitely too saturated in general. So let's add in that desaturation node. I don't know if I'm using the X264 or the H264. I don't know how to check that, I guess. Probably should. That's looking nice. It just isn't working. There's something about this texture that's not good. Let's go back and see if we can fix that. So let's generate a new imposter and let's add in. Let's do that. Here. Why is it generating so small? Oh, I know why. I'm dumb. Hang on. I think it is this one. Yeah, it totally is. Okay. So
hate how the browser will auto close on you like that. That pisses me off. Well, maybe it's not that tree. These look the same, but they shouldn't be. Should be slightly different. This one should have a little bit darky hues, and it doesn't seem to be doing that. Let's try. Maybe it just doesn't change it very much. Okay. Well, we'll deal with it. Let's come over here so that we've got one like on its own a little more. It's not too far off. I think it needs more contrast. Okay, first of all, can we make this like way less? We need to be able to like actually have a valid comparison here. Let's do. Not too bad, but it definitely, I think, needs that contrast brought down. Maybe it was contrast RGB that we ended up using. Yeah. Okay, so we need to do this, but less. We need to just add a little extra black into it. Um, let's do like that. And then we'll brighten the whole thing up just a hair. Then actually looking pretty good. We need to make it a little more like orangey. Let's desaturate. A little bit less contrast. Now we need to multiply with our other one. In fact, we might even need a little more contrast back. 0, 2. And then let's do a multiply at the end, or instead of multiply, let's do a lerp. Add that in. We're going to lerp it off of this, which is our unlit one. Yeah. We basically need to add in a little bit of that flatness to mellow everything out, to bring it back into the realm of the other guy here. Maybe we should put this back a little. Hang on. I know on the other one we did it before contrast, and that worked pretty well. I can already tell that if I put more of that, we're going to encounter an issue here where I'm going to need to bring back more contrast. So we may as well just do it at the end. That's looking good. That's looking better. In fact, that's pretty damn close. You can see when we back out, it's a little bit bright, or a little dark, I mean. So let's add a little more desaturation. Might need to. Take our contrast and bring that back down. There we go. That's looking pretty good. And add in a little more of the orange. I'm not changing anything. I think instead of that, we'll just yeah, it just needs to be a little bit. They're looking pretty good. Let's try that for now. So let's go back in here, add in more of those. Create culling. Get rid of that. All right. So the main thing I'm noticing is I think it could just be a little lighter. I don't know if it's that one in specific. I think that helps it a bit. I'm wondering if once let's make it stronger. I'm wondering if once we add another mesh of that, it'll. This light one that we need to worry about here. That's the one we need to fix. So that one is, I think, one of the umbrella trees, it looks like. Or not the umbrella, sorry, the figs. Let's open our PCG and we'll turn it off and then we can figure out which one it is that we need to actually mess with here. What happened? Always chooses the worst time to save shit. Am I right? Yeah, it's these bluish colored ones that are kind of off. Um, honestly think it's this one. No, it's not that one. It's not that one. Yeah, it's definitely one of the umbrellas. Or sorry, the figs, my bad. Gotta be this one. Yes, that's the one. We need it to be a little like that. That's looking better. Now, what do we need more of? Um, let's add another umbrella in there. I kind of feel like maybe we need more of these. If we don't have yet. Keep working through them. Okay, so we did this one. I think we need to do probably this one. We'll open our window. Master generator. Oh, one of those is not right. There we go. Beat that one. New folder, fake umbrella. A. We'll call it umbrella P. And then we're gonna copy that umbrella one we just made because it's looking pretty good, if you ask me. I'm gonna throw it in there. And rename this one large A. These and drop them in there. And open this bad boy up. In theory, because they're the same tree type, it usually transfers pretty well. Sometimes we have to just make a couple tweaks once we see it in the hole, but usually pretty good. And then we just need to swap out the material on this. Now we need to open up the PCG. Take our static mesh spawner and add in, actually delete that. We'll just duplicate. Swap that out. And then because we're doing that, we're going to up the density to twice as much. There's that many of them for both. What do you guys think? Is this working? Feel like the one we just added is just really not doing much for us. Like, I think we'd be better off to use a different tree type instead of doing two of these. Like, I think that looks better to me. I think we actually have a lot more see, these are the ones we were just doing, I think. Wasn't it? I don't know. We could try putting more of those. I just don't think that that's looking as good. Let's try to find a different tree type. Let's go to our alley figs. Uh, I just feel like I want to put more of these, but I already have 3. think the issue is that that one is kind of just like too small. Try to switch to like some. I mean, this thing is like it's just not going to look right because it's actually a small tree. Um, these aren't going to do enough. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe we should put like some smaller ground cover type ones. Or we could go to the rubber fig and like this one might not be bad. Let's try this one. Add it in with the palms. try with this one. It was just a little much on that one. This one uses less. Bit better. And then let's work on the color a little bit. That color's not quite right. Think to use. We still need to lerp it with the other thing. Getting there. Whoa. And that's pretty good. I feel like it's a little bit too dark almost in the distance. I don't think it's these ones. What do you think? Looking pretty good? I think it's actually this one. No, not that one. No, maybe not. Looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. I think I could use a little bit more of the big fig trees to just kind of fill it in. Um and I think our palms are a little bit bright. Just a touch. Still feel like we just need a little more orange in there. Let's find one of these that's coming across a little dark, and I'm trying to figure out which one it is. This one. So use that one that's a little dark and brighten it up to make it a little more orangey. Now it definitely feels better, I think. Um, It's looking pretty good now. Um, I think what we'll do is we'll add one that just fills in with another rubber, because these rubber figs are really big. We could take this same giant one and just do. Oh, I guess we kind of already have that one twice. This is a nice one. Kind of want to do this one just because it's like big, really fills out space. That's kind of what we need here. Let's go into our, before we add another one, let's go into our PCG. Let's just kick up this scale a little bit. I think that's fine. Probably pretty good. Let's try our sky out. The flash. Something like this. Does this look good? It looks pretty decent. What do you guys think? Good stuff? Let's do a play right like this, and we'll take a photo and see how it turns out. That's looking pretty sick to me, I gotta say. I mean, even when we zoom in, it's holding up, I think. I don't know what's up with that. Okay, what's up here? Put our longest lens on there. You can definitely start to tell a little bit when you're zoomed in. Mostly just the repetition. Like we could probably fix that just by adding more types, you know. Like even a shot like this, some of the lighting is weird on some of them, I feel like. That's the one thing about this that is throwing me off. Got to figure that out, you know. But I also could just limit the lenses, which I don't really want to do. I mean, it's definitely looking filled in, say that much. Not bad. Not bad. No, 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 no. No. Stop. No. 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 I gotta fix that. Part is just these hills are too steep. It's weird how it's pixelating like that. I don't get why it's doing that. It's just the way the lighting's hitting it. One thing we could do that might help with that. Let me try something real quick here. Let's go to modeling mode. Um, what if we use like a sphere or a capsule? instead. Um, I'm just curious if that would allow it to. Now it's really wigging out. Let's try a capsule. Ooh, that's gonna work in, right? I almost wonder if we just put all of them into a capsule. That would help. Just because the light will fold over the capsule better. Um, Something like that. I also have shadows off because I just don't think we need them, but maybe we do. I don't know if that helped or not. I don't think it does. About like um some kind of shadowing. Maybe if we add just enough shadow, it'll help with the pixelation. Huh? I feel like that's gonna really. We don't lose that much. We lose about 1 FPS. Now let's play with the light and see. Um, I don't know if that's better or not. I can't really tell. But we are getting flashes now in the distance, which we didn't really have before. I mean, in general, it's looking good. It's just we gotta sort out the little issues here. I don't think it really is helping. Um, it's definitely gonna slow it down a lot. You know what I'm saying? So it may not be worth slowing it down that much. I almost feel like the shadows kind of get in the way um, because ultimately it's just we want it hitting or not hitting because it's like on top. But it's gonna have to calculate so much more. We use shadows. Like I said, I just kind of feel like it's not necessary. And we don't get the flickering. There's one I saw shadows on somewhere. I'd almost rather save the performance and not deal with flickering and have it look like it looks just as good. Definitely comes off a little jagged. But one thing I will say is a lot of the jaggedness is coming off on the hillsides, and we probably won't have them on the hillsides, right? At least a lot less of them. So maybe that will end up not being as much of an issue. Like, let's go into our PCG graph. Hang on, guys. Okay. So I think what we'll do is we'll make it so that it filters out like high angles. I'm trying to remember how to do this. It's been a little while since I've worked on this. I know it's a filter. Weight filter. I remember, it's been a little while. Let me search something real quick. I've done this so many times and I can't remember. Normal to density, that's right. Then this is how I did it. I did that. The normal to density, I've used that one before. It's been so long, man. I'm gonna take a little break. I'm gonna go eat something. I can feel my brain not working quite right because I've just been at it for so long. So I think normal density filter. Honestly, I think it's like just that. It's been so long. I used to do a lot of PCG work and I got pretty good at it, and then I just haven't worked in it in a while. There we go. Definitely cutting some out. I take that and then I bypass it on one of them. Yeah. Will be like a 0.8, 0.85. Oh, it's pretty good. And then we'll just have to kind of like work with all of these a little bit, you know. 0.6. Let's just copy all of them to be the same, and we'll just kind of slowly increase. Which I don't know if we want them all the same. These ones we might have a little bit lower than this one. I will say I didn't mind these at 0.5 and this one at the 0.85. That kind of had a nice look to it. Get rid of that. I think that has a pretty good look to it. There are some weird trees at the top here. Maybe we should do the opposite, where it's like these are at 0.5. These are like at 0.8. I like that. And then I think what we might do is just take out the height. So maybe like that way ones that are way, let me speed this up just a little bit, way at the top. I don't like this point. I don't like them right on the points like that. Just really just those. Maybe when we flatten this out a little bit, that won't even be an issue. I think that's looking a lot better though. I mean, it's definitely cohesive, I feel like, with the trees around me. Actually seeing some darker ones now than I did before with the light, but that's okay. We can tweak all that just a little bit. Now we got to work on this landscape material, making these more into like cliffs. I am kind of curious on the landscape. I kind of wonder if I'm able to just flatten it through Unreal. I don't know if that's the best plan. But I like how all this looks down here. It might be better to just bring the tops of the mountains down, you know? Which I can do through Gaia and then re-import. So we'll work in Gaia and try to finesse this a little. I just think we probably need to bring the tips of the mountains down a little. I think I went a little extreme on those. But yeah, you know, that might be one way to fix the jitteriness. This right here is reminding me is we might be able to add a little Gaussian blur to the texture, so that it just blurs out the distant trees a little bit. Might actually be good. And really, we could probably get in here and just sculpt it, but I think it's better for me to just redo it. Anyways, all right, I'm gonna take a break, and I will see you guys here in a little bit. I'll be back tonight, but it'll just be a little while. So, thanks for everyone who did tune in, and I'll be seeing you guys here pretty soon.